Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. It is back to some game dev today. We're going to see if we can get some more of the user interface in. I want to see if we can get the health UI rolling and the player state UI. And I also want to see if we can get the inventory over to like a pause style screen. It's not really practical to have the inventory in a usable state visible at all times. I think it's okay if there's like a concise version that's always on the screen, but we definitely don't want the full-sized one always there. But let's check in with the kitties first. We do have all of them visible. It has become a regular thing that Sammy and Sherbet are in what used to be Ember's spot. It's Sammy this time. Sky's up on the tree. He's doing better. He's definitely doing better. Eyes are still a bit runny, but the swelling is way down. Still not liking those eye drops. Hey there, James. Yeah, they have seized her spot. So she is over on the shelf just as often now. Do have to slide the heating pad back a little closer. It is drifting once more. And then we have Mason and Sherbet on the bed. Let's set it there for Sammy. She doesn't get as much screen time. But for those that weren't here last time, also hello, Tass. We now have player movement. Ember is a sweetheart. She really is. We also have right now a rudimentary health and hit feedback. Player gets tagged, he gets shoved around. I do want to make the player is injured consume the message if it iframes it. That way we don't get the shoved around constantly aspect. I kind of like the idea of having more of a limited HP kind of heart system than a meter. Since we're going to be avoiding power-ups that are raw stat power-ups, like, oh, you get 1 extra heart, kind of, or, you get 10 extra HP. Maybe you get an extra heart, or you refill a heart, kind of thing. Meant to be transient power-ups. Like a pickup kind of thing. But to get more UI, we need to have another canvas layer-like element, which we can put into play. Let's see how we did that. We have our camera. We do need to get it so that the camera follows the player. So we'll get a camera handler in there to query the player's location when it can. We have our actual inventory added here. And in the services, pass in our startup resource. We instantiate the catalog right away, and then when we're preparing the services, we instantiate our inventory. And our standard inventory. Gotta trace my footsteps, When it is initialized, it creates all its rows. Then it's going to instantiate the inventory UI. which should be a canvas item on the base viewport at that point. Add the cells to the container. Interesting. Okay. I might need to trace that back at some point and find a spot to specify it, but for the time being, there's only one viewport, so I shouldn't have to worry about canvas items latching onto something different. But we do have to watch out for what this is childed to. Because if it's not latched onto the right thing, then we'll have issues. And right now, we aren't childing it to anything. So that's a node 2D. And then we're keeping track of it. We ultimately don't. We wouldn't really need to. We can put it as we could set it as a member of the services here. I wonder if I already did that. Whoops. Hey there, Raptor. Welcome. Standard inventory UI, and services. Yeah, we have inventory, but not the inventory UI. Not too concerned with that being separate. I think it can be a housed element. I think that's okay. Wondering if there is a okay, this is probably going to be the thing we'll spot. Let's start with the camera following the player, because I might need to adjust the UI accordingly. Okay, so we should have a camera handler hiding in here somewhere. Where did I put that? There you are. We have a limiter for how often we update the mouse position, because this isn't free. What this ends up having to do is say, okay, where is the mouse? Where is the associated camera looking? And then translate the mouse position on the camera into a position in the world. So there's some definite footwork going on. Enough that the track cursor kind of behaviors are a bit... They were more expensive than just about any other type of targeting so far. Okay. We're calling update on the camera handler. When are we doing that? Hey there, Samira. Well, welcome to the broadcast then. We are doing some game development. We have actually reached the point of gameplay. We've been doing infrastructure in Similar up until now. At the moment, we don't have the camera tracking. That's what we're going to do next to see if I need to do more with the UI. I suspect we will. But we've got core mechanics in place. I still think there's a problem with the spiraling motion, but because it behaves very differently based on where on the screen you are. Like, it handles 0-0 way better. So I think there's something in there. It's going to be a roguelike, yeah. We're, the inspiration is effectively Vampire Survivors. Yeah. Spiral motion misbehaves when it's not starting at 0-0. So there's a flaw in the centering logic. But we're going to work with the camera next, so I need to figure out where we are. Okay, we're calling camera handler update. That's where it's going to query the player. So the gameplay style is Vampire Survivors, so it's a bullet heaven style game. The power-up and weaponry concept we're deriving from a game called Noida, which very early on in the existence of this broadcast was what we did. We wrote a very extensive mod to it, and we played that a whole bunch. But we don't anymore. We never play that anymore. But the big selling point of that game, in addition to the wildly complicated game engine that it had for simulation of the environment, was the modular weaponry. Well, thank you, Samiria. I really appreciate it. I think it turned out good. And whenever anybody does that, I always take the opportunity to show off. Okay, so we update the camera handler at the beginning of our physics loop. We'll see if we need to do it after the state changes or before. It shouldn't really matter which sequence. So let's go into our camera handler on update. We are going to say I cannot say this because it's a static. But it doesn't need to be a static because we have an instance of it to play with, right? No, we don't. We're referencing it directly. That should be okay. But it doesn't extend anything. Okay. No, we need camera dot position is equal to services dot player state dot position. Let's go. It's not working. You'd think it would. Zero. It's still going to be 0-0 after this because we haven't moved. Okay. Back in, move a little bit. That once more. Did not move. Player state is not updating. We need our standard player state for this to work, though, so. Continue, break, go back, escape. We don't want to end the game arbitrarily because we really need one of the static classes to unload properly. We don't want to risk it not doing that. No, this is Godot. We are using... which version are we coding in? We're coding in 4.3. We're using the mono compiler version so that we can use C#. It is indeed PSS. First stream of the new year. So we're coding in C# largely so that we can maximize performance. We have all of the rendering of the entities on the screen done by shader, and all of the collision is done by shader as well. We are trying to get as much in existence at the same time as we can. So rendering is super cheap. Collision is so far as cheap as we can get it, which leaves us more room to have the projectiles do crazy stuff. Okay, player state is not updating. We started with GD script. We started by trying to do everything in Godot and see how it worked, but it had limitations for us. That's not to say it has limitations for every game. It very much doesn't. We're stressing it in particular areas that it doesn't handle well. Is going wrong. Where? Okay, we need our standard player state. It's here. Our base player state. We should change the other ones to base, but you know. Good question, James. What kind of game are you making, Samira? Interesting. Okay. That's because player state is a node 2D. That's why. That's why. Get player default, get position. All right, we are moving. Okay, and we don't need to change the HUD, I think. For now. So a demonstration of why we need optimized rendering and collision logic. There are currently 811 things. Now there are... Wait for it. We don't have some extra optimization that we should have here, but... okay, there are now 2,500 things. We're still over 100 frames per second. 3D RPG dialogue-based game. Character lore. That's always a good thing. This actually is going to be something like that, too. The little gray guy in the center. If you watch some of my old VODs, shameless plug, watch some of my old VODs for viewership count, the catbot will appear. And that's part of the story. These little guys also featured heavily in our Noida mod. Okay, let's stress it some more. This should get us up towards 5 digits here. Oh yeah, it'd be slowing down now. So we're at 20 frames per second doing this. We're going to be approaching 10,000 things once we get to this place. We're at 7,000 entities being rendered. We are firing out 3 to the 6th yarn balls at once. Now let's make them spin too, just for maximum. Oh yeah, yeah. The yarn. This is moving as if 0, 0 was the center. Okay, so we know what part of the problem with that is. 3 to the 7th. This should be our calamity case. We should also hit the entity limit with this. So we joke about it. When we played Noida, one of our success metrics that we had done something truly crazy is when we went from frames per second to seconds per frame. True victory was minutes per frame. Where we stressed the game engine so much that it ran into that kind of problem. We see this here. We have about 22,000 things on screen right now. Each of these yarn balls is a lot of yarn balls. Like, a whole lot of yarn balls. Because what happens is each time a yarn ball is fired, one per second, we split it into 3, then each of those split into 3, and each of those split into 3, and so on, 7 times. So the pattern of the split is such that there's overlap. But then if we drop back down, as the entity count starts to drop, and this slime is going to kill us off here, it's back to 120 now. So good times. All right, we have basic player movement in place now. Sure, what's the bug? Let's see. Okay, so we have that basic UI in place. We have that basic handling in place. We need... let me see here. What they can overlap. So sometimes they'll survive it. They should only take 3, though. Blob should only take 3. Catalog. They should only take 3. Let's do a quick test with 1 just to be sure. Collision detection is a little bit narrow right now. The hitbox for them is very tight onto the sprite, so it can look like a hit and it'll actually not collide. That can be addressed with some math tweaking. I suspect we had some overlap. Yeah, we can see that right there is the edges of the sprite can be missed. But we can always adjust that later. I suspect we will be adjusting quite a bit later. Let's do a quick branch commit here. Commit to branch, push change. That's future Newt's problem. Screw that guy. Sip a beverage here. Alrighty. So we have that. It's bothering me. I'm going to take a quick look, just a quick look, at our spiral motion. This is why. Because we're not going to have an entity. So this is going to fail. We're going to get these guys to spiral out so that they won't get to us real quick. Okay. Use a rotate in pattern. Are we getting an entity at all? That's just fine, Samira. Oh, kitty cat's moved. Shelf. Okay, this is the entity itself. That's why. Okay, entity is null here. How are we... This is the targeter entity. Is not null. This should be us here. So if we remove this, it should start working. Yeah. I had a bit of debug in there still. should mean this will start working too. The slimes cease to be able to chase you after a bit. Let's make more of them so they have an easier time of it. I have moved out of the debugging spawn zone. If I move back, there will be more of them. Yes. Let me see if I can restart. This red dot, it's itty bitty, maybe you can't see it, but that's 0, 0. This featureless void is entirely for debugging right now. I don't have like actual levels set up or anything like that. Okay, that's fixed. Let's commit that change. That. Hello, Sky. I can't reach you if you go over there, so you're only going to get pets if you come closer. Well, at the very center of the screen when you start, there's a kind of 1 pixel red dot or so that I use to verify where the center is. Giving Sky some chin scratches. It's my... I think he's still the largest, though Mason competes for that at this point. He is by far the fluffiest and the oldest. But he's had a bit of an eye infection recently, so... every now and then he needs extra comforting. All kitties. All kitties. I'm a cat person, haha. Right center camera, you can see Sky's tail. Let's see. Can see all of them still. Yep, I have 5 cats. I'm still maintaining the willpower to keep it at 5. We'll see how long that lasts, you know? And holding out, though. For a period of time, there were 7. Okay, so we have the inventory UI. We want to get the player health UI in place. And these extend canvas layer. Partial one namespace. Extends canvas layer. So this one should just be able to do physics process on it. So there's not currently, there is nothing special about the parent class, but we're going to keep that in place just for consistency. Actually, can we? It's not. So my class structure has a couple of layers. Like this parent class being hollow is because I have a structure that lets me specify special use cases. So right now we're going to be building the actual like basic health UI, the one that you'd expect to see in the game. But for testing purposes and for like testing, experimenting with new variations, that kind of thing, I can create other child classes of health UI, and the expectation is they all socket in fine. I'll show you in a moment. It's health UI. It is in the same namespace. In rendering logic, I have a mesh-based renderer. We had a different one, but here's the most recent ones. We have shader-based, which is what we're using, and then we have entity shape-based. So in Godot, you have, by default, you have like character bodies and corresponding collision shapes. So that is way too little performance for us to have as much as we want on the screen. You approach like a couple of thousand and it tends to bog way down. So then we did entity shape based, where we manually managed the inner workings, the physics service layer. And that was still not enough. Still not enough. So for experimentation, we made the shader-based one with the possibility of falling back. We always have the option of falling back. I don't wanna, but we technically could. The health UI will be the same way. So then we're going to need to make a packed scene of it. And then, let's see what we did here. Player state HUD. Okay, standard inventory UI has a container object on it. The container object, doesn't do anything right now, but we do mess with it and set its anchor accordingly. This guy has come over to my lab for attention, so. He doesn't need snuggles as often, but he does occasionally. And if he does come over for snuggles and he doesn't get them, he gets real insistent. He'll climb up my chest and give me a, headbutt of friendship. Oh, no worries, Samira. Uh, Things I like to tell folks is I don't expect you to, understand or follow along with the code. That's not to say, I know better. It's that um, not everybody is familiar with any given coding language. Not everybody has used the same tools. And definitely not everybody was here the entire time to see how I orchestrated this whole fiasco. Uh, so not only is it you'll develop familiarity if you watch frequently enough, but, shameless plug, watch frequently enough. Exactly. It has been a learning experience. I touched C# before, but not recently. And I had never touched Godot GD script, and I'd never touched GL shader language either. Shader language has been a adventure. This is Godot side shader script. This is visual shader script. And then living over here, this is compute shader. This is in raw GLSL and version 450. But this is directly talking to the GPU and is exciting. This right here, this sequence of events cost us a couple of days. Because previously, this vector 2 was after one of these view ints or floats. And that doesn't work right. It didn't like that. So I had to put the vector 2 first. Because of memory packing and all of that. This is like C-level stuff, and it, as such, it gets ugly. So I always wince a bit when somebody's like, I'm making my first game, I'm going to use Unreal Engine. Like, oof. Good luck. Like, definitely not to say you can't, but oh man. Okay, we're going to have a container on this one as well. So we need to go up. We need to make a scene for it. So we have standard inventory UI. We are going to have a base health UI. It's important that we have a scene. I'll show you. We'll show you shortly. It is going to extend okay, fine. It'll extend canvas item for now. And it will be base health UI. And then we will go into base health UI, attach a script, which is base health UI, which jumps us in here, force the save. Okay, now we are going to go into our resource, our startup resources, and we are going to export a public packed scene, which is health UI. Save that. We go back over into Godot, and we're going to go up to our startup resources. Hey there, Minty Mint and Leonardo. No. So by default, Godot is in a specific to Godot GD script language. I'm not familiar with Python really, but it's definitely scripting language adjacent. but we're coding it in C#. We're using the mono compiler side of it to do C# for performance. And thank you. Happy New Year to everybody, by the way. Okay, so we need to go... let's rebuild the project. There it is, Health UI. So now we go down to our health UI, and we're going to load the base Health UI. Once again, this is important. We are going to add a sub-resource, which is going to be a container, a grid container. Let's call you container. Okay, so we have that. What we use this for is so we can load it to the scene. All of these, except for the shader, are dynamic. We take a Godot scene and we instantiate it at runtime. Hey there, Gabiso. Welcome to the broadcast as well. Welcome to anybody's here, even if you don't want to chat. It's okay to lurk. It's okay to participate however you want. Okay, so we have our health UI. It is available for loading. When we go into our services, it doesn't need to be a basic one, but when we're preparing them... Oh, that's what needs to be in health UI. Public health UI. Same with services. Our inventory. The inventory UI is kept separate. Still feeling like that should be a thing. No worries. No worries. There are some folks that just like to watch and listen to the channel, so they don't participate in the chat. And it's okay if you want to do it that way. I know plenty of folks who generally don't speak in chat, and that's okay. But you do what you want to do. So public static health UI, health UI. So startup resource. Dot health UI, instantiate the health UI. Inside the health UI, which is here, base health UI, services dot health UI is equal to this. This dot name is equal to health UI. I only speak English, yes. Okay, so we've got that loaded. It's a canvas layer. So it should come into existence immediately here. Nope, something broke. It's a health UI. Gonna step away, take our break a little bit early here. Be back in just a moment. All right, we're back here. Make sure I remember to touch some of the metal surfaces here because I keep drawing an arc on my hardware. Okay, packed scene. Well, should be fine. Pause arbitrarily. You know work. Everything's there. Haven't changed it. Base health UI scene. All right, nothing at all is loading up. Only the red dot was present, which means the startup process is breaking. We are not even getting to ready. Implies that it might be in core. Welcome to live debugging. This is initialize. And most of that 85% is staring at the screen, confounded. Referring to the aforementioned, the vector2 came after the uint, resulting in the memory loading wrong. Okay, we are getting to services initialize. It's debugging menu for now. Okay, we are getting through the initialize. We are getting to prepare game services. There's a problem. Yes, object of type canvas layer to type health UI. But health UI is a canvas layer. But let's look. Health UI is a canvas layer, but that implies that the script didn't bind right. It's a health UI, and health UI extends a canvas layer, which means it is a canvas layer. Okay. Means in health UI, here is where our problem is. That doesn't scan at all. Right, let's look. Yeah, there's a packed scene. Base health UI and is a health UI. And health UI is a canvas layer. But that script isn't being loaded, so it's just treating it as a canvas layer. But I can't find health UI here because there isn't a actual... It's going to be something stupid that we're missing. It's always something stupid. are going to need to export that container there. It's an inventory UI, and an inventory UI is a canvas layer, a public partial. Also a public partial. What is missing? Okay, let's look at our inventory scenes. That too is a canvas layer type. As is that. This is to be expected. Look in our services. Many of these are Node 2D, so it shouldn't be a problem. But why not? Into prepare services. In prepare services, it is the last thing that we instantiate as this type. Should be fine. Like, render is a Node 2D. Which is of type render. Think there's anything with the packed scene that is wrong, but let's double check here. It's a health UI type. No, it's not a health UI type, but the script isn't ultimately properly attaching because it doesn't match the type. Is different. No worries, Gabiso. What is different? Standard inventory UI CS should be the same. extends inventory UI. Inventory UI extends canvas layer. What's different? Both are canvas layer. Both of them have it. Let's reload the project here. Maybe there's some hiccup in it. There is not. Want it to be case sensitive. Why would it? Godot is frustrating sometimes because it insists on having naming conventions that it shouldn't. Yeah. It wants base health UI. Oh. We've got it. Detach. Attach. Come on, Godot. Okay, it might not have seen it, but Godot defaulted to putting a lowercase I at the end of the script. Godot will find the script using a case-insensitive search, but that's not really what's there. It's not actually finding the script. Yes, tomorrow is a gaming stream. We're going to be doing Crime Scene Cleaner. We're going to see how enjoyable that is. We've played a lot of Power Wash, and we tried Viscera Cleanup Detail. Wasn't thrilled with Viscera Cleanup Detail, but Crime Scene Cleaner looks a little less flaky as far as how the interactions work. Viscera Cleanup Detail relies a lot on some default 3D physics, and that leads to things like, I call it, shape overlap physics problems, where two objects will intersect in a strange fashion, resulting in them launching each other apart. So things like, a bucket full of giblets, having the giblets shower out because you shifted one of them just wrong. Okie doke. So we've got the health UI in there. We need to go into the script, and we need a export a public grid container. So now we go into the Godot side, go to this. We'll recompile here. So now we have container. We link the container. Now we'll have access to it when we instantiate it. Normally about 3 hours. I have been trying to start a bit sooner, and I want to run a little bit later. So I'm looking to expand the 3 to 5. Yep. I understand there, Gabso. Okay. So in this, we are going to, in our public override underscore process, we now need a item for the grid cell. So an inventory UI cell extends a texture rectangle. This is effectively going to be the same thing. It's very, very similar, but not quite. Row and a column. Then we'll probably bake in the texture keys that it uses. We don't actually need column on this. We just need a index. Yeah. Check. Read only on it. Cell is index equal to index. This extends texture rectangle. Yes. So what it's going to do is each process step, it's going to look at the player and it's going to ask for information about the player. And we'll render it accordingly on each of the cells. Yeah. Yeah. This is a list of inventory cells, so we'll do similar there. Property type list is less accessible than cells. I think interesting. Public list cells. But why? Why do you not like that? It doesn't have a getter sitter, so let's try that. Still doesn't like it. Let's look at a health UI cell. Yeah, public partial. That was our problem. Ember is all cozy. No toe being visible, but still. While her favorite spot has been commandeered more often than not, she is still very comfy. She's also not in a pouty loaf, so. Fix something here. There we go. What's the matter, Ember? Okay, so then else is equal to new just that. Don't think we need to initialize it in the same way. Because there's nothing about the structure of the health UI that demands that it be individual cells. And the inventory should be the same way, as ultimately I should leave that to the inventory itself, how it's structured. Ideally, an inventory should know how many weapons and whatnot there can be, and how many modifiers there can be, so that it can display correctly, but otherwise shouldn't really be a problem. So ultimately, this would be dependent on how I want to do it. Int is equal to x per row is equal to 10. This is player state, not health. Don't really care. It's anytime the health exceeds that, we're going to add a cell. And we're only going to look at the cells as far as what is the max health, what is the current health. So that we could show the full hearts, empty hearts kind of behavior. So this is during the initialization. Base. So that we still get the proper initialization there. We are going to initialize this. During any part of the processing, we are going to look at to services player state dot health. Greater than cells dot count dot counter length. Okay, it's count. Different collection objects use different notations for how many are in it. You are free to do so. There are linked in the Discord. There are a series of videos and whatnot that will give you some of it. Yeah, it still doubles up. I've gotta fix that. No, wait. I still know why it does that. Because it's reacting to when I say it in that. Yeah, I know it's doing that. Anyway, there's a link to the Discord there, and in the Discord there is a link to the lore thread, which gives some of the build-up to this. But the wildly summarized version is that I am a nanotype, the latest product made by the Catbot Corporation after the success of the Catbot itself. The launch of the nanotype type was without flaw. Everything is working correctly, and in an entirely consensual and approved by the board of Catbot Corporation, I have come into control of the factory and am running it from the new and improved subterranean sector of the Catbot factory. Cells.add I 0 I is left. Why is it behaving that way? Oh, or not if. But yeah, there are transcripts of the original, at the time, Twitter thread that went along with it, as well as a couple of short videos. Hey there, Alkaline. Welcome back. We're going to start at cells.count, actually. Well, it is still less than current max health. I++. Well, we are making some progress here. We're trying to get the health UI in. I am going to have to adjust this further, but let's at least see if I've broken it again. Okay. I haven't broken it again yet. No. Okay. So the health UI cells, one thing we could do is have them individually do their own updates, where they ask what the player's health is, and they compare it to themselves. Alternately, I can have this process iterate over them and have them update themselves accordingly. If they're going to handle it themselves, then each of them needs to have the index so that it knows, hey, I'm heart number 5. But I don't think we should actually do that. We're just going to add one. So now we know we have enough hearts to handle the max health. What are we doing in here for the container columns? Okay. Base health UI. Okay. What this will do is it will cause these cells to wrap if they are if it exceeds 10. So then we are going to go into each one of them and have a texture update. Yeah, she being toasty. Pausing a moment to do some wrist stretches and rotations. Those that already do a lot of typing in their job know what I'm talking about, but if you don't, sitting at a keyboard for a protracted period of time, you definitely want to learn some wrist exercises, because carpal tunnel is excruciating. And you definitely don't want to let it go so far as it requires it, such that it would require surgical intervention. Okay, so we're going to ask what the state is. We need to get a texture for each one. So we're going to have to load a texture in. For the time being, let's actually just use a dummy. We'll use the yarn balls here. we loading that down in inventory land? Each of them is given an item key. And when we update the content, we're gonna want to have a health changed event. We're going to want to have a health changed event because we don't want to keep fiddling with this. So we are going to update our texture anytime our item key changes. Which means we need an item key. But we should only need an actual texture. Let's look at our catalog. As you listen to me mutter, you can slowly get an idea of what the different structures in the code are. One of the things that we've been working towards is to have a service-like model. If we were dealing with a web application, it would be kind of a dependency injection model, where we have a series of things that handle the work for us. Which is, I mean, ultimately what we're doing. Like, catalog is the place that I define things and get the things. So, where are the icons? What is a blob enemy defined as? That kind of thing. So I have some texture 2D icons, which are separate. Get icon. Yeah, and then I need a key for it. Should have a load icon somewhere. Okay. Let's use the wind-up mouse. We could have different states defined in this. I think that might be the way to go, actually. We have two ways we could go about it. We could store off references to all of the textures within each one and tell it to update its state, and have the cell be the one that defines what that state means as far as visuals. Otherwise, we could have the inventory itself, like the base inventory UI, stores the textures and assigns them to the health UI cell. We're going to assign them for now. I think they're texture 2Ds, are they? Texture 2D. Okay. And we'll just remove them if they're blank. Catalog dot get icon. Can I not invoke catalog? Services, catalog, get icon. Catalog constants. Icon. Actually, we'll use orbit. It looks closer to what we're dealing with. So, empty health pip is the blank. So we get our current max health, and we're going to compare this to what the entity's health is. Okay, so we know what the max is, we know what the current is. So we know if there's anything past the max health, we are going to remove the texture. If there is anything between the max and current, we're going to set that to empty. Everything else has full. Here. Figured I would have to do that. One of my decks of buttons has I mentioned I needed to remember to ground myself since it's getting really dry. Yeah, I think I might have fried one of my button banks a little. Either that or one of the wires finally gave out. Cells.count I++. We're going to iterate over all of them. Less than current health. Full health. It's less than max health. Sure. Empty health pip. Does it work? It does not. What does it not like? Oh, okay, we know that. Fatal error, that's unfortunate. Override. Ready. Okay. Godot fact. This is an export value, which means it only exists once this scene exists. And the scene doesn't exist until this does. This does not happen until all of the child nodes have already been instantiated and had their ready called. So this is the first time that we can do this, not during the initializer. Okay, and now we need to anchor this one. How did we do? How did we do? Oh. And anytime we add them, we're going to say container, add child, cells I. Now we need to anchor it to make sure that it is where we want it to be. Anchors preset in the grid container. Top left. Dot add child. Just a minimum size. Making sure there isn't any other little fiddly bit that we need to deal with, but we should be able to do it that way. UI cell, health UI cell, new health UI cell. '96 is a special number. We zoom in on the viewport by a factor of 6. It's what lets us get some smooth motion. The sprites are 16 by 16. Okay, we're still not getting those things. Doing something different with the cells. Inventory UI. Instantiate the cell. We're initializing the cell. We set it. We add it to the list. Then finally we add a child to it. Something. Let's rebuild just in case. Game. Okay, we're never getting an add child on it. It's not there. That's why. Go to game. UI. Do. Bonk. 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 There we go. We have a health UI. And that neat. A beverage. We will want to change camera handler over to the services model. All right, but we have a health display. Emperor's getting some food. Do a quick kitty check while we're at it. Let's see. Let's zoom in on that. Cat. Yeah, we have Sky and Sammy up in there. Most of the others don't go up into the tree. Sherbet used to follow Sky into the tree, but he's kind of grown past that. Sky is often my diplomat when new cats are introduced because he's real friendly. And Sherbet kind of latched onto him as a result, which was hilarious after a while because Sky clearly got tired of him following him around. But Sammy is the other one that likes being up in that tree. You can see Sky is a little bit put out because he's rammed up into the back edge of it. Okay, so we have our health UI. Let's get our little FPS UI wrangled here. It is just a label. Don't know if this will still work. Sort of. Yeah. All right. Hello, Ember. Come on. Ember learned from Mason that she can get attention in a different fashion if she hops down on the floor next to my chair, and she will flop down on her side and wriggle around to get pets. She will still crawl up on my shoulder to snuggle. And she also learned from Sherbet that one option is my headrest to get some attention. the camera to my right, all the way to my right, we can see, I think it should actually be the right camera. I tried to configure them to line up with their general position. The one that's the white table, I've got a little doormat style carpet. Oh, doormat sized carpet coming to put there because I want to see if they'll like the texture, because that can be a big thing for cats. Yeah, there you go. Come here, Ember. Yeah. She is strafing across my headrest. But yeah, they learned from each other. Mason learned that he can crawl up my chest for attention, but Mason's a big old lummox, so he ends up standing on my thigh and pressing his torso against my shoulder, and he just sort of stands there like, am I doing it right? There is a very particular way he wants to be held during that. He doesn't want you to pick him up and hold him. It's almost like he wants a hug. Okay, so we have that. I think the next thing I want to do is have a pause state. So we're going to look at our key bindings that we have in Godot here. Focus next is not really what we want. Select might be a good one, but that overlaps with accept. Might use tab. Tab might be the one to go with. But I also need to have a constant that makes sense for it. And I'll also want to figure out how to configure these on the fly, because I do want to be able to use key bindings. We're looking for different buttons that are available. Might have to look at the different buttons and find a uniform one. For the time being, we're going to use tab. Effectively, I'm going to want to translate what the gamepad button is for things like start or select or something like that, and pair it. Like, I'll come up with my own UI constant for it. Don't think we need these anymore, because I believe we're using UI upright. Yeah. We're going to keep escape press. Wow. There are a lot of gamepad buttons available. I mean, some of the Sherlock Holmes related fiction has been good. There was a period where we were playing The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which has a Sherlock Holmes character and Watson kind of analogs. Herlock Sholmes. Tab can be a dangerous one. I might ultimately not want to use it because then if you alt tab, it can do things like pull you out. But if ideally, it's not going to register the tab if the alt is pressed, because that is a different keystroke. A modifier on the keystroke is supposed to be registered as a different keystroke for UI events. Supposed to be, should be. Probably won't be. I could use the pause button on the keyboard, but that is a twofold. It's out of normal reach, and this is an operation that you're probably going to want to use frequently. And the other is there are some form factors of keyboard that don't include it. Pretty much the entire, right hand of a full-sized keyboard is missing in some formats. I do too much numeric data entry to give up my numpad, please and thank you. It timbers some back scratches here. Well, she flays off the rightmost layer of skin. Okay, this is a game state modifier. Propagating further. They called if unhandled input processing is enabled, which is done automatically if this is overridden. Set input as handled. Okay. I don't think I'm going to do that, but we're going to leave it for now. Actually, we're going to remove it for now. If that's reference to, or by reference. Hey, if you're there, if you're listening, Tess, what does the at symbol denote in a parameter? I don't recall that notation. Oh, I think that's to avoid the fact that event is a keyword. That's probably it. Oh, what is it called? Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So here's where we would probably divert to a handler. But is action pressed? That's what we called it. We need a this is readied. Okay. Let's get our game state. Okay, we're never getting through this. We're making a Bullet Heaven style game, VHS, like Vampire Survivors. Look at our player movement one. Is action pressed? Yeah, but that's state-based. It's like at that moment, is it pressed? It's not really what we want. We want to catch it when it's pressed. We're currently trying to make one of the menus kind of open close for us. The is action pressed, yeah. Weird. How odd. Just got to determine what your priorities are, Samira. Feel it is healthy to sleep, and I should advise you to make sure that you're getting enough sleep, but past that, that's up to you. Start out, we're not showing the inventory. We press tab, nothing's happening. Here. Inventory is now true. Inventory should be visible. Oh. That doesn't mean that that its children are visible. Okay, let's invert that for the time being. Go to standard inventory. That's why. Standard inventory UI is what sets visible to false. Instead, we want standard inventory when it is readied to set itself to false. work. Interesting that the parent is being overridden. Wait, won't work if we start from here. We've got to start from here. Object is visible. We go core game. Inventory is not visible, but inventory UI is a canvas item. Okay. Canvas item could care less. All right. We can do this. Okay, so inventory, a inventory object should have a show and hide. So the inventory, abstract class of public virtual. Void show UI as a boolean. Show is by default it does nothing. Now I'm reaching a point where a lot of these I don't want them to be abstract, so I could just implement them. Yeah. It doesn't need to be abstract. Wow. Was it by pure firepower that you beat Wave 30 in Brotato, Laura, or was it something else? Okay, then in standard inventory, we are going to override that. This is going to be all the base just in case on it. And then we are going to say inventory UI dot visible is equal to show. And then in game, yeah, do. In inventory, show UI. Well, that'll help. Nice. Okay, so by default, we're going to go into the inventory. Can't work here. it defaults to hiding the UI when it starts. Making sure that the click events were not propagated when the menu is closed. Okay, so now we are going to have a different state here. First, we're going to go into our Godot side. Hey, Liza. Things are going well. And welcome to the broadcast. We are getting our inventory UI working. We got the health UI working just moments ago, really. And now we've got it so the inventory will show and hide. Kind of crude. Affected. Rule. Paused. We're working on a bullet heaven game that uses a Noida-like weapon construction system. So, every second a projectile is emitted, every second we're making a blob here. If we go in and we add some splitters to our projectiles, we're now firing 27 of these little yarn balls every second, because they split into three times. So now we've got a lot of them. It only looks like 7 of them are firing, but it's because they overlap in this spread pattern. Now we're going to make them spin. And now we're going to make them spin differently. And now we're going to make them spin differently in 2 different ways. And then in 2 different ways. And now we will make them spin, but after 3 seconds, they'll spin differently. And then just in general, after 3 seconds, they spin. Thanks for swinging through, Samira. I hope the sketch worked out how you liked it. Or worked out in a way that you liked. So yeah, this is the general gimmick, is that you would, every time, you level or after so often, you would be given the opportunity to take a new power-up. And where you put that power-up controls what it does. Yeah. Part of the creative process is learning to accept the product that you made at the time, but then also recognize where the opportunities for growth are. If you look in the upper right-hand corner, the top number up by my ear and slightly behind that, so you can't really see it, but we're operating at about 120 frames per second. There are about 140 things, 150 things active right now. Let's ramp that a bit. can see a little bit more of it. The third number isn't really relevant here. We've got about 3,000 things. We're operating at about 60 to 70 frames per second, let's say. Every one of these objects, first it splits into 9, then each of those split into 9, then each of those split into 9, and the last set starts spinning. So there is a 4-second period where there are 3 to the 6th spinning projectiles for every second. So that's putting us at about 3,200 things. Interesting. I wonder why the left side is less populous. Or maybe I'm just seeing things. I think I'm just seeing things. Cursor, I do need to get a sprite cursor in place so it's way more visible. Get something in one of those really vibrant colors. Nice substantial purple or yellow kind of thing. Take this. And then we add a spiral in along the path of the spiral out. So this level, this number of things with this complexity of motion has a still little over 60 frames a second. This particular case, we would never want to get to. The expectation is that these splits will be much more expensive as far as socketing them. You'd much more likely have something like this. Where there is a greater delay along the path. Hello, Muffin. So this is much more plausible, where there is only 1 second, where there's 3 to the 6th. But it might be reasonable to have a spread into 3 as an immediate effect. Unclear. We're using Godot 4.3 mono. So C# under the hood at the moment. Let's make more blobs. We'll have them spiral in. I'm enjoying Godot. I mean, I've only really tried a little bit of Unity before Godot. So I'm definitely not like an expert on it by any stretch. But of what I've encountered so far, I like Godot better than Unity. I feel like the project structure was nicer for me. Now, that said, I would not touch Unity right now because of the shady stuff that they've pulled recently. Now, it bubbled over with the whole attempted stealth update to the agreements. That wasn't as bad as everybody said, but the fact that they did it in a stealthy fashion was still bad enough. It made everybody afraid and made everybody distrust them. I'm kind of that that school at the moment. Is I don't trust them. I also didn't like the editor, so extra bonus bad for it is that the mono compiler it uses is generally further behind, so some of the C# features don't show up. And eventually I want to have things like YouTube and Twitch API integration into this. And those are... You really need to find reliable packages to do that, because those are... That can be a hassle, let's say. Twitch, it's not so bad, but... Unity has a lot going for it. There is a lot of established content, and from a practical perspective, it can still do plenty. I generally try to avoid the, like, qualitatively, one is better than the other, because a lot of them... they either have a particular set of use cases they do well, or, like a lot of tools, they are good at what they do, you know? Like, Unreal Engine is a fantastically powerful engine, and you can do a lot that you can do a great deal with it. But I wouldn't try to make a game like this, or say, you know, Undertale in Unreal Engine. Could you? Absolutely. You could totally do that. The level of complexity that you would be committing to by doing that would be troubling. But yeah, we have 3,000 entities on the screen. Most of them are blobs that are spawning 27 per second and spinning wildly towards you. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to put that knockback on as part of the iframe. So many blobs hit at once that it was lobbing me whole tiles at once. Okay. Oh. Okay, there is a reference to an unloaded object somewhere. That is dangerous. Twofold, I don't want bad references floating around, but additionally... like, story-wise of the game, it is tied to, you know, my VTuber lore, as it were. Gameplay-wise, it is, you know, survive for as long as possible, perhaps up to a time limit, and periodically receive upgrade doodads that you put into the sockets to change how your weapons work. All right, let's run that again. Okay, it's not a certainty, but somewhere there is an order of events that is resulting in a failure in that regard. I have some snippets. I don't have anything that is, you know, corporate level, corporate or organization level, but my Discord does have a lore thread that is the sequence of events leading up to the introduction of this character as opposed to the Catbot avatar. Let's put this over here. Should only spam once this time. Yeah. Okay, we're going to have to hunt that particular bug down. It's largely because we're doing some of these calls in process. We don't want to do them if we are unloading. So I need to move some of this stuff out of process and into direct calls. Health UI. Visual. Delta. Okay, and then in our base health UI, provide update. Their process is going to do nothing. Then in process, we are going to say services dot health UI update delta. We are constraining the UI updating. Okay, we have a lot of movement going on. A lot of things being added and removed. We're going to run for a little bit and see if that issue crops up again. The nature of it means that I don't know the reproducibility just yet. Either in the is it reproducible and how do you reproduce it? But the hope is that by removing some of this stuff from the basic Godot loop, I can avoid some of these problems because I have control over when these things do their updating. Okay, it didn't explode. Doomed to cut over to the services pattern with more of this. Everywhere that we reference these, we're just going to go through the services global. Just so. Startup resources is part of services, and I don't think we're ever setting it here. So we're gonna still function. Okay, good. Trim it down, trim it down. Excellent. Quick commit here. Hey. Okay. Yeah, what do we got? Move camera handler out of being a true static as it currently is and make it so that it is entirely instantiated. That cleaned up so that we can load them in. In event, let's address that later. So we have paused. Not paused. Do things. Also deal with right now. I think we're doing physics update in here. Yep. I think we're still calling this physics process, but we shouldn't. Yeah. Call that update. Inventory. Delta double on it. Then in standard inventory, update. And then in the game state, player state object. Doing a little name refactoring here. Okay, still functioning. Back to the game. Nice. Unpaused. Paused. Unpaused. Oh, I like that. Then, okay, now we will go into our Godot side. Look at our inventory scene. This is currently bottom left. Let's try to anchor it center. Does it work? Yeah. Pause. It's technically a game. Wait 6 seconds and then explode. Oh, hey there, White Wolf. It has been a bit. Still technically frames per second. 7,000 entities simultaneously. We've got, let's call it 5 frames per second. Pause. We pause, and the frames per second spikes back up. Because nothing is being moved. No collision checks are happening. Now, if you notice, the animation still happens. And the animation still happens because that is the rendering shader. The thing that puts the sprites on the screen also makes them animate over time. Should calm down a little bit soon. So if we pull all of this off, the cats are doing good. This guy has a little bit of an eye infection, but he's mostly recovered at this point. He has a few more days of eye drops. You can see we're taking damage across the top. Health pips are going away, and dead. Game start state, game end state, user interface. We are moving right along for some values. Update. Very nice. Very nice. Next. Should start working on a beginning of game state. So essentially the menu state. So a start game, exit game kind of thing. Which would largely be user interface. Yep. Just a whole series of alternate screens that are part of the process of moving towards starting a game. So the menu tree. So there's the game. Hits that. Now, noticeably, core is our actual main object. That is our overall state driver. So, if you drop back to main menu when you are in the game goes away, and you're now on a main menu scene. Yeah. There is a method that we're supposed to call here. Yeah. Set. Okay, guess not. It might be that I need a viewport object to call that on. The notation seems a little off. This is eat the input. Okay, so part of this is processing which menu state we're in. In general, core should not be handling this event. Game should handle this event. Because this is leave the game. Or we're using it as leave the game. Right now, if I press escape if I were on the main menu, then we should trigger this and kind of ripple back and unload. Because we don't want escape causing the game to end while you are playing it. That should be open the pause menu. So for the time being, in the main menu scene, one of the problems with the Godot editor and the associated projects is that it doesn't clean up items that are removed that are GD script oriented very well. Just going to have a control. It's going to be a color rectangle, which is this horrible pink color. Is walk you to center. And it is going to be 96 by 96. So what we want to have happen is that the different state objects, like the main menu, the game node, will have events that can bubble up and that the core is watching for. If the main menu says start game, then the core is going to catch that. And begin the process of swapping stuff out. So all of that up. Yeah. We instantiate the game node. Game node should be able to do that itself. Verify that we're doing that right with all of them. Yeah. Sets its own name. So instead of doing this on ready, it's going to do that on a start game event. Like delegate. Standard inventory UI, or inventory UI, actually. Delegate void. Okay. Or by cancel. Game and if. Oh. Or create the game, we are going to say game node. It's odd. Should be a pattern for it. Yeah. Public event. Ah. Syntax. That. Yep. And game. Get viewport. Okay, if it gets that, then it will invoke the end of the game. And then it will get tree and okay. So now the game object is the one that bubbles up the quit. Going to cull this for the time being because we don't need it, but the core might have some input handling of its own. We'll see. This is the critical function. We desperately want this to happen because of the shader renderer. Instantiate the game object. So this is make a new game node. We're going to say game minus equals on end game. Nice, nice, nice. Escape. By the Godot side. No explosions. Okay, one of the things we're going to have is a state flow kind of thing, where we have the ability to say, I am here. This happened. Where do we go? Well, thank you, Fun Positive. I hope that you get some use out of the Discord. It's a relatively chill place. You need... Alright, let's hard code this for now. So instead of an event, I kind of want to have a signal that gets sent. I mean, it's ultimately an event. It's ultimately an event, but we want a different pattern for it. We want like a state name. So it would be stuff like exit game kind of state. And it would be, we can take that and we can take our current state and we can map that to a next state. So if I'm on the game and I end game, that's an obvious one. But it's... because we'll need, like, if I exit game, the part of that is remove the game node. But then we have to know what the next state to drop back to is. And in that particular case, if we were in a game and we've exited the game, then the next thing is the main menu. Now, we could have layered states. So if I'm here, I go here next, but that doesn't really work for the standard startup flow of this kind of game, where it's like start, run, select character, maybe pick some variables, and then proceed into the game. We don't want to drop back to pick some variables when you exit your run. That might be an option, you know, restart run kind of thing. But that's a different workflow. Restart the run. Because I feel like a tangle of events is going to be a problem. Like, a whole bunch of individual events for each one of the screens means that I need to have a pattern for all of them. This on-end game means that every time I use the game object, I need to have on-end game and I need a handler for that specific message. This might still be okay, because the alternative is to have effectively a message handler function where the child objects need to call a handler and say, hey, this event is being broadcast, which is ultimately what this is. Ultimately what this is. So let's stick with that. So we would need a current state and a associated event. That is, we're in game and we got end game. So the next screen is menu. We also need to make sure that the pause state is kind of universal. I think that might be a good service to have, is a program state kind of thing, where the fact that things are paused can happen from anywhere. Like, the core game can pause. Or, I'm sorry, we can have a outside menu that could be overlaid that could pause, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. How are we going to have this flow work? I could have a parent class off of some of these things. But we run into the problem of that not being necessarily consistent. Like, I would have to have the most upper level wrapper class for all of these. And even then, it still won't work because we have to deal with the Godot level objects. We only get to have one interface and one parent class. So there is a risk of conflict there. I could have it be like action taken, and then a series of messages that can come out of it. We still subscribe to an event on it. And it's just that we need to know this particular node type has this event, and that's how we deal with it. So it's effectively, what is our current state? What was the action taken? And based on that pair, what is the next set of actions to take? So like, this is unload game. And then here we have responding load game 1. We instantiate all of these. The relevant ones get added to the tree. We currently have 6 to add to the tree. Am I doing that correctly? Yes. Then the game state loads all of that stuff up. This could be done inside of the game. I think it should be. All right, we're getting there. So we're keeping a reference to game so that we can add it and remove it easily. Here. Unload. Okay, we are going to need to add a main menu class. We have exceeded my initial plans for the day, so there's a few other things that I want to try for. We're going to try to get that main menu in, which won't do much at this point, but you know. Entities. It's not in the heads up display of the game. And use a top level node. Should make a new one. Should cohabitate with some of these off of game, yeah. Seems to be a hidden folder. Do a quick commit because this kind of action can make the Godot editor pitch a fit here. Okay. Back in. Okay, C# does not see that menus folder. Okay. Watch it, see if it recognizes that there's a new folder here. I think the problem is there's nothing for it to recognize in there, so. Yeah. Godot has a menus folder here. Screen, main menu. Okay. What's the matter, Ember? Come here. Yeah. Ember is very chatty. Yeah. She will react to her name, and she primarily trills, unless she's playing, in which case she yowls like she's in pain. It's very different. Sky is also chatty. Sammy just yells at you for attention. See, Sammy is moving about there. Sherbet will trill a little bit. He's pretty quiet. Mason is almost silent. He almost has like a squeak that is his only vocalization. Of a Okay, so I think having specific events off of core screens is okay. Commit on this in here. It's still running first. in Sherbet has decided it's attention time, so he's up behind my headrest, or on my headrest behind my neck. He climbs up on it, and then he kind of flops down onto my shoulders behind my neck, pushes my head forward a little bit. He still won't let me trim his claws. He's very skittish, but he does come around for attention and similar, which previously he still wouldn't do. He was a good distance away lurking cat for a while. Okay, so in a... try to reload the project again here. I removed those. Okay, some elements did not move. Interaction. Entity interactions are gone, so... but the collision check is missing. Might have to revert that change. Still says it's there. Means game collision shader base collision check GLSL. Weird. It is definitely still there. Okay. Sorry about the lack of visibility. I'm jumping in and out of programs real quick here. Why is that being filtered? It's definitely still present. Wrong with the project folder, I think. Okay. Okay, it's back. It is not a basic CS Proj thing, so... Collisions are still happening. Excellent. Okay. Folder reorganization done. Okay, so we have a main menu. It is a Node 2D. It has an element to it. Program event, exit program event. Start game event, start game. Public. Public. If. Once again, right there, that's why you don't trust AI to write code for you. This is a void function. It said, hey, return a value. But you don't. I mean, I could exit early with a return, but returning to exit a function earlier is a use with caution. It is invoking, it is creating spaghetti code potentially. You can. Bailouts are a thing. It's just, that should not be your base pattern. Otherwise, you need to dig into each particular end of every tree to find out, oh, no, it doesn't do that thing at the end of the function because it exited early. Event is action pressed. Cancel. Then exit program invoke. Game, unload game. need to add a... We're going to add a main menu. Main menu is a lot like game. I don't expect to have variations on it, but we might have to ultimately. We can add subclasses. There is a default main menu this way, and ultimately I want more of them to be this way, but anyhow. Build. Startup resource. Oh. Vaccine, you know, that whole reason that this resource nonsense has to exist in our program. And then we'll go down to menu right here. But in core, services. Services doesn't need a main menu. Nothing else should be... Oh no, it has a game. Reasonable then. Does it have a game? Startup resource, isn't it? Yeah. Which we should not... Can always revisit that later, but it works fine as is. On exit program. And child. A menu. Child. Menu is equal to null. Go in here, we're going to check our input map, built-in ones, which are by accept, let's go with. No. Not yet, Lunar, not yet. Okay, this is... it should be fine. It should be fine. The load-unload sequence could be a problem. Start game. Exit to main menu. Start game. Exit to main menu. Start game. We now technically have a main menu. It doesn't read for anything and doesn't have any sort of click interaction, but just performance markers here. Quickly check and make sure I'm not hosing my GPU. Start, stop, start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. Hey, let's see. We have 1.9 and 4. Stop, start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. With it active, we're going at about 60%. Stop. With it inactive, drops back down. Okay. I suspect it's going to be kind of chunky. I might try to use something reminiscent of what I've got for some of the UI here, and a bit of a potential nod to the old, some of the old UI I used back in the day. We'll see if I can find any of it. I have some of it lurking around in some repos. Very nice. And add buttons to this. Go in here. This is where we'll have to play with this stuff. Upper left, it's supposed to be anchored center. you center? Why are you not center, I should say? Er, There we go. The scaling is something that we're going to have to deal with for this, but for the time being. Control type. It'll ultimately be a texture rectangle. Looks like font outline. As in, we won't be using like a label. We will have a sprite that is like a texture that is exactly what it is supposed to look like. Hello, Diminished. Welcome. Okay, we're just gonna start with these. Essentially. settings, open label settings. Font is 6. Outline is 16 and Herc. It's moving along. We are making good progress here. Okay, go into the script and we are going to make a couple of exports. We have a lot of menus and play flow kind of things built here. Start and an end. Now if we go into the code, we have start and end, and we are going to say the void handle exit program. Game. Cats are doing good. Sky is continuing to improve. Still running eyes, still doesn't like the eye drops, but steady improvement. Right, clicked event. Could be GUI input. What are the mouse events called? Not an input one. Might need a different thing. semicolon, not period. Test dot input. A input event we can latch onto here. But it looks like no, we're going to have to come up with a way to get that that the menu was clicked, essentially. The different parts of the menu were clicked. All right. What next? What next? So labels might not work. Is there a button? There is. A menu, an option tick. It's just a button. Icon. To get to the font. Things. Six by 8. Theme with a minimum font size of gigantic. Inside of this will be a button. Button. Save. Compile. Welcome back, Sherbet. Input. Pressed. Start list. button should exist at the time of ready, which implies that the exports aren't there. There we go. Basic start and end state. We will have we will next be looking at adding a hook for when the player dies. So we're gonna have a end game state, let's call it. And then when you exit the end game state, that's when exit game will be triggered otherwise. There's also the escape to drop back, but it's if it hits end game, we pop up a screen and then you can leave from there. All right. So with that, we're going to wrap up. I would jump to the center of the screen like I normally do for this, but as I mentioned, I seem to have electrocuted one of my button banks, and it may not recover this time. So we got a lot of game state stuff done today. We've got our health displaying. We've got our inventory as like a pause screen kind of thing. Actually, we're going to wait 15 more seconds so that the Twitch ads stop before I give the full wrap up here. Good old Twitch ads. All right, so we are wrapping up today. We've got our health displaying. We've got our inventory as a separate screen that we can use that lets us pause. Gives you time to actually mess with the inventory. We'll be able to extend that into some other screens. But we've also got the main menu, so we have a point before and after the game runs, both letting us do that multiple times and verify some functionality, but additionally gives us some room to navigate into other places. Game-wise, the next thing that we want to add in is a screen that we can pop up to select things, like, hey, here's your choice of X power-ups, pick one. Get that, select it, and then probably drop into the show inventory pause state. Give you an opportunity to move it around. The selection screen is going to be a fiddly one. I might actually just make it another state of the inventory, where you have a selection can appear, and as long as you have selections, they're sitting there, waiting in order kind of stuff. But yeah, we're getting there. We're actually doing game stuff now. But I hope everybody had a good time watching with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment, hit all the good buttons. They help the channel grow and will help you see stuff like this in the future. But with all that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.